Starting soon or right now? Starting right now. Yeah, in a couple of minutes. I just warm up, preliminary checks. And you can take this volume of the music for to set the top level of the loudness through the whole content. Today, day 6, but I'll do the proper intro, the formal intro for the permanent version of the video that I'll keep. And create the standalone episodes also. Out of this, I just need to do these tiny adjustments on the stream dashboards. Who is the man? Who is the man? Who is the man? The maestro. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Relax. Do it. Bomb, bomb, bomb. When you wanna come, dun dun dun. Do it. Okay, I'll just drop the. I did some tests earlier to make sure actually, because I don't like my audio. I got the cheap gear, but I try to make the best of it. Now this is, hopefully, I hope it's much better now. And just make sure everybody's we're on the same page here. My website, homepage. Look at it. Look at it. Just until I get the rest ready. And but on my website, links to the free NFTs, no gas, straight into your wallets. There's this. Oh, remove the capture, but give me the screen. Yeah, that's the thing. So you see the same thing what I'm doing. I just need to grab few elements from dashboard, as they're only available when it's live, and also tell the YouTube, hey YouTube, let me tell ya, dear YouTube. Okay, send notification on this. Trouble. Hey, people swept here. What's this dashboard? Then let's see if we can have a chat right away. I don't think so. Oh, look what we have. We got the YouTube. Alright, cool. Just let me throw this here. Learning Blender Day6. I love this day series. It's still workday Friday. Be productive, grow, learn. And I don't know what's left here. What do I have? Of course, throw chat needs to reload 3 times. Hit refresh. Manual arrange this. Keep listening. Okay. You see, I'm cool. I don't have headphones, and I can hear live and content around. This switch, what, chat? Okay. Verda 94 over there, coming on, showing up on Trovo. Thank you for stopping by. In a couple days at I think what's this? November. I'll be done with the multi-streaming. I'll cut off some of the platforms, destinations. Will be just 2-3. Maybe I'll sort something out. Maybe no. Give me here a follow, help channel grow, make better stuffs, grow. But I'm suspecting one thing that's actually, again, my educated guess from my experience. Who's watching streams? Moderators. They don't have nothing better to do. Nobody else watching streams. What? So only left is kick. Okay, give me then what you got there. Give me what you got there. Only kick left. This can't be automated, but it's a good moment to make sure that all works. When streaming on the budget. You gotta do what you gotta do. And I almost forgot this. Oh. Actions. I only need one action. That's the stream marker action right here. I might also clip that, but it's a bit of waste of time. I got my coffee here. Fire up. Fire the blender up. Squeeze the music down to this level. This should be good. And remove this teleport from my monitoring PC. Well, okay, the official intro. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is live recording and rehearsal session from Studio Lab at Eddy. That's my place. I'm Eddy, your host, who loves you the most. Yeah, even you. Yes, you. Today, day 6, learning Blender, and I share this, my process, learning process. I didn't want to spend time and not be able to share, and for free. This is a part, this segment, the learning stuff blog, is part of the bigger concept I call Eddy does Internet of Capitalism show. Grow on internet, online business, money, make money, but for real. Don't tell me about crypto, because we all want dollar, no crypto. Whoever says crypto means I want dollars, I want more dollars, doesn't want more crypto. So let's take that out of the, I don't know, dilemma. Let's clear that dilemma. What else? Well, of course, if you're watching the recording, I'll as soon as possible publish the, and I usually do at the stream end. I do a recapitulation what I've covered, gone through in the stream, and that I made available in the standalone episode, stream recapitulation, and I've fired up my streamer lamp app. Maybe I boost the streamer up, lamp up, full screen notepads. If you didn't know, now you know. Put it here. And then I'll actually, for these specific shows like learning blog, I will trim them down in standalone episodes. So I trim down these long stream recordings into separate chunks of 40-ish minutes, 30, depends on the content. I got the cat in my lap, so I don't want to disturb it. Her, it's a she. It's my mommy. Mommy. She's almost 6 years now. And that's it for the intro. Thank you. This wasn't efficient as I was hoping. Anything I would like to add? Well, after I create shorter episodes, I publish them and keep updates. Structure the content on the website. If we go to the full screen website, NFTs are here. Link is on this thing here. Here is the blog site with the articles. Here's the main catalog for the Godot content, and I'll make the same one for the Blender stuff. Next page, previous page, order by days. I keep the content structured as days, and I'll keep the updates as I edit and update and break down the content from video into text. And it's my living canvas. I upgrade it, develop it, make makeovers. Now the stream marker, that's done. So now short break. I won't be going anywhere, just to get myself more comfortable. This was the preliminary check, make sure everything works. I guess so. I guess you know best what works. I don't know, I know nothing. What do I know? I know nothing. How do I know I know nothing? Because I know. I'm qualified to know. The intermission will be like this. No, actually, wait. This time, wait. I'll do it like this. Okay. This thing, put some chiptunes on. Good old chiptunes. Where's my playlist here, eh? Or is my playlist empty? Okay, load list, load the list option, load list. Oh, this was demos. Okay. I'll take it as it is. Let's give it a little bit of shuffle. I didn't go anywhere, I'm here, I just want to get myself more comfortable, make myself more comfortable, even more.
time machine. What a DeLorean? You built a time machine. What a DeLorean? You built a time machine.
And with this all being said, go away, back to the official soundtrack, show soundtrack, official one, yeah. This goes down and full screen, ready to roll. What's going on here? Nothing big deal, no big deal. Okay, just you go sit on the top back. Here we have it. Here I have it. It's the Blender 4.2. And I'll keep open the day 5. Day 5 of Blender. Just oh, it's okay, you're like that, okay. You be like that. But you get here like that. And I like breaking it like this during streams because you can see what's going on. I zoom in, follow on this side. I'll just get one more zoom in step like this. And this time I've completed the section for the Blender manual. In the Blender manual, the editors. Now it's time to go deeper into the rest. Through the rest, the image editor. And what is here open in the Blender editor app is from the previous section, working learning about the 3D viewport in the area here, this so-called area. Formally, it's a area for in the Blender terminology, and also in the software design for desktop apps, these kind of more elaborate apps, let's call it like that. And even if I have also, I think, a animation available here. Yeah, there goes the camera. Camera is animated. It picks up my movement. And as I had the auto keyframing on, it automatically recorded keyframes to animate the camera for the final rendering. That was actually the result of previous section going through the editor for view 3D viewport. Now image editor. Blender is free, donate to Blender. We like good free software. This is the contents for this section, image editor. I will not use I will avoid using other people's content in my content in the videos. And I didn't find any efficient Blender tutorials in text format. I like text. More flexible, less moving parts when working. When I watch videos, that means I'm not. I just want entertainment. But if I read, that means I'm serious. It's for real. That means business. We in business. So in the introduction for the image editor, let's see, the image editor lets you create, view and edit images as well as see render results and intermediate compositor output. That's new for me. Did you know that? I didn't. I know I didn't. So what do I see here? I switch then to the image editor. Huh? Okay. So in the header of the area, in the image editor, in the header area, which is this thing here, we see now the options for the specific to the image editor area. There is the image, open, renderer new, browse image to be linked, render results, but better I'll rather follow this in detail what it says. So next paragraph, next toolbar, samples used to sample the color of one or more pixels in the image. As long as you hold the left mouse button, the footer will show. What will it show? The following coordinates: color in RGBA, color in RGB, color in HSV, luminance, sample size, the dimensions, toolbar sample, toolbar sample, sample annotate. So these are the two tools we see, and it's now okay. Now it's showing here. I can make them larger. Sample and tool, and if I click it and hit on keyboard N to bring the sidebar, I can see sample size. That's nice. And where is the use to sample color? As long as you hold left mouse button, the footer will show the following. Footer of what? Which footer? I don't know. The footer, do I have it in the image? Footer. Footer of who? Whom footer? Maybe the status bar. Let's say if I select this and do I use it? Footer. Pan the view shortcut. I will not be trying to speed run this. As I'm actually determined to get the proper idea about the terminology and conventions. I always repeat. View tools for controlling how content is displayed. Header, no, footer, image, view. Okay, so view has a paint mask. That's for this tool, I guess. Paint mask. Okay, if I select annotate, I see the same annotation, placement in the image. Image, tools for opening and manipulating images. Shows an asterisk if the image has unsaved changes. Okay, see editing image, data block menu. Image, data block menu. Used for selecting images. So is this the sidebar then? Sidebar or the browse image, new image, a popover that's displayed when clicking new image in the header. Okay, so if I would hit new, this will be a popover. Okay, cancel. Good to know. Interesting how the defaults are this resolution 1024 pixels by 1024. It's somewhat standardized so far. The tiled option creates an image with support for UDIMs. For the other options, see generated images. Tiled, okay, tiled, I guess. Tiling, do you know what's tiling? What tiles refers to? It's actually a repeating pattern. Or placing repeating patterns side by side, let's say. In addition to images, the data blocks selector includes the following items: render result displays renders. When this item is selected, the slot, view layer and render pass selectors become available. See below. Viewer node displays the image that's fed into the viewer node in the compositor. So somehow I feel that this all became quite complicated. Well, not super complicated, but it has more, brings in more than the previous chapter, the editor for the 3D viewport, because here it's mentioning already the compositor that I'm not familiar with, but here we see the header. Now we're more okay. Continuing image pin prevents the image editor from automatically switching to the texture of the selected object. Okay, so this means that image editor is in relation with the other tools, other editors like 3D viewport, in case it's 3D viewport is in texture paint mode. So it's good to know that they're interactive. Slot, the render slot to view and render to. Slot. New open pin. Gizmo show overlays. Where is that slot? Image pin. I don't have a slot image. So give me a new image. Okay, there's a new image, and now do I have a slot? Scopes image. I'm just checking here on the side. Is this a slot? Display channels, color alphas, unlinked data, open image, open, new image, fake the user. The render slot to view and render to. You can create new renders without losing previous ones by selecting an empty slot before rendering. Afterwards, you compare them by pressing J and Alt J to cycle forwards and backwards. Alternatively, you can use the number keys 1, 2 and 3, etc. to select the slot with the corresponding number. What are they talking about? I need to do one simple thing here. And this thing, yeah, nice. So slot view layer render pass. In which section is this image or the header? Image pin, the slot. Is this maybe in the... These are the workspaces. See, oh, view layer and the slot, is that the fact? A scene. Browse scene. Pinned. Active workspace layer. Image show meta. I'll check the I will check the full screen just to see if something is obstructing the view. Editor type. Properties for the editor type. For given editor that we're in. And here saving video, scene, format, frame. Oh, I'm looking at the output. Okay, the cube, snap. That's the selection for this region or area. Image, view layer, output. Scene, world, collection, object, particles, modifiers, tool. It appears like I'm seeing here the tools for generating colors 3 margin, tool, image, view, annotation, scopes, histograms, sample line, samples. I am missing something. View, paint, mask. Cool, image. Now I'm checking for the references to what they are actually referring to in the manual. As I'm not seeing display mode, view layer, scenes, library, unused data. This is for collections. Okay, switching only happens, so back to slots. View layer, the view layer to display. I'm quite sure that that's is that then this. Okay, a scene, scene. A scene, rendering. It would be the rendering here. This is just the workspace. Okay, active workspace in the window. Okay, I will see the render path to display, viewport gizmos, display channels, select which colors, channels, and main view. Holding right mouse button will sample the image just like the sample tool, except it will always sample only one pixel. Main view, image editor, navigating. Did I skip something? There, introduction, navigating, sidebar, overlays, editing. I'm quite certain I'm seeing the same thing, just like this image shows. Even the aforementioned this thing. But let's keep going. Time is flying. Next section. Navigating, panning can be done by dragging. Okay, so it's also possible to navigate. So I zoom out, pan. Cool, with the middle mouse button. Zooming works with the wheel mouse or numerical keyboard plus and minus keys. Next to the sidebar region are at the top there is gizmos to allow panning, zooming more comfortable. View menu, toolbar, show hide, sidebar, tool settings, view menu. View menu, view, toolbar settings. Asset shelf, sidebar, tool settings, where would be the tool settings? Are these in the, so if I enable them on in the view, I'll enable this so they go away. So that's the thing that just went away. Instantly update, I'll skip the just last operation. Instantly update any other editors that are affected by changes. Show metadata. Display texture paint UVs. Toggles UVs in paint mode. The object must be in texture paint mode or edit mode for the UVs to be visible. Frame all, bounce and zoom the view so that the image is in center and fully visible. Let me see how that works. Let's say zoom, fit all to fit. Okay. Frame all. Oh, okay, fit. So if I say home, okay, that's fit all. Render region only available when the renderer results. Viewing the renderer results. See render region. Clear render region. Render slot cycle area. Sidebar. Display. Histogram scopes. Okay, Luma. Waveform, this is interesting, plus the current distribution, the color distribution for each vertical line. Okay, vector scope shows the color distribution in radial fashion. Sample line. Full sample, sampler pixel. The overlays. The overlays pop-up over configures the overlays that are displayed on top of the images. All for the sake of demonstration. I will, for example, close this image. Is there a close? Can I open? I open, let's say, from the pictures menu. Can I get the like thumbnails? I'll open my OG stuff like a this thing. So it's a small image. It's a transparent white, no pixels illustration for a game. League of Kingdoms for the banner or the alliance tag image emblem. Image setting. Source single image. Image sequence, an animation where each frame is stored. Separate image sequence. Okay. Movie, a video file. Note that if you want to do motion tracking and video compositing rather than simply using the video as a texture, you should load it into the movie clip editor instead. Okay. The options below are for preview purposes only. They don't affect the viewport or the render. So for that, see the image texture node. Blender plays all videos at the scene frame rate, not their original frame rate, meaning they'll be faster or slower. How many frames of the video to play? Past this point, the video will be paused unless cycling is enabled. Match movie length. Image settings. Image settings, image. Image settings. Tool image. Single image. settings of the image, view layer. I want to find it. View, image. Image settings, where view, source, single image. Image, a single static image. Image settings, source. Image sequence, movie generator, UDTM. Unpack image, pack image, okay. Color space, margin, meta. Image sequence. A movie, start offset cyclic, I've seen that. Generated. Common options, file, unpack, alpha, okay, this is a bit advanced for my skill level, because there is a, for example, demonstration of two things at once, like if I switch or maybe use, no, I'll switch to the, for example, the viewport and detach from camera, and just say take a select tool and maybe use the cube. Where is the cube? Okay, oh, it's all the way here, or the block. So can I paint on this thing, object, to renderer? Is that in material? What options do I have? Object, shade, smooth, convert, paste, rename, linked, insert, keyframe, duplicate. I'm looking to somewhat match the these example previous images in the manual to what I'm doing. But the manual is already going through the use case without taking me into them. Here a tutorial would be useful. So I'll keep going through the manual. I want to see, at least get exposed to all these sections to understand the structure of it, and I'm hoping to get to the section that can be more interactive, and that was the image editor. Editors. UV editor, introduction, and there is a section UV explain. Okay. The UV editor is used for editing UV maps, which describe how a 2D image should be mapped onto a 3D object. UV editor with an UV map and test grid texture. Image textures are typically needed when the desired look is hard to achieve with the procedural textures, or if the texture is not uniform. For example, a car would only have scratches in a few places where they make sense, not in random places all over body. Blender offers a number of projections box sphere that automatically apply a 2D image to a 3D object, but these tend to only work for simple meshes. For more complex ones, you need to create a UV map. So this is a flat area where each face of the 3D object is laid out on the 2D image. Okay, so switching here the editor to in the area to UV viewport, UV editor, what's it called here? UV editor. Here are the tools, and the image is open. Also in the UV editor, the image is open. Use local file. Use original. Okay, use local. So okay, I guess I'm actually also with adding image to the Blender project, the blend file. It will also bring inside, I'm guessing that use local file here means that there'll be a copy local to the project folder. It will not, if I edit the image, it will be the version I'm using in the Blender. And for more complex ones, this is a flat area. Okay, specifying which parts of image should be textured with. This gives you complete control over the mapping process. The name UV refers to the axis of the map. U for horizontal, V for vertical. These letters were chosen to avoid confusion with X and Y, which refer to the axis in 3D space. So U is the horizontal and Y for vertical. UV is explained. The best analogy to understand UV mapping is cutting a cardboard box. Well, actually, I understand that. How do I do it? A 3D space, X, Y, and Z versus UV space. Yeah, I understand. In the image above, a dome in 3D space is flattened into a disk in UV space. Each of 3D face is then textured with a part of the image in the corners. It covers in the UV map, okay? The image also demonstrates a common problem in UV maps, distortion. Notice how even though the checked squares in 2D texture are all the same size, they get different sizes when applied to the 3D dome. They are smaller at the base than the top. This is because the faces in the UV map have different relative sizes than in 3D space, which is a result of flattening process. Typically, to minimize this distortion by manually guiding and tweaking the flattening using seams, for example. However, it's not always possible to eliminate it completely. Interface on the header. Interface in the header. Are we on the same page here? View, select UV, view. The header contains several menus and options for working with UVs. Sync selection synchronizes the selection between the UV editor and 3D viewport. Selection mode. Sticky UV image. Pivot. Snap. Proportional editing. Image pin. It feels like an image editor, and it looks to me like an image editor. It could be that I'm missing perhaps the object selected or taken into this process from the viewport 3D. Was I mute the whole time? Who'd know? Can anybody tell me? Okay, I'll take a short break once more. Like this. Change back to this segment. Well, I don't mind you if you're thinking this is just not right. I agree. I will double check now for the manual are there, and also I'll take a look here. In the manual, is there a way to double check to in the actually there? For example, which is the where is the, is it on the bottom of the page, like Blender Studio membership courses training license? Where is the developers documentation support manual community conference? Dashboard. Latest, previous, experimental, Blender Institute and Studio. One of these is the this is section community. Reddit, like the right click select. CG cookie community. Arabic, Chinese, Dutch, Netherlands, Français, Française, Turkey, Vietnamese. What is on the VN? Who even uses Facebook and Meta and Instagram? Those are like old people. I'm 48 young and I don't use Facebook anymore. That's like for the people who skip school and don't know even to read. Did I open the Exchange, Blender Exchange? Yep, Stack Exchange, Blender Artist. I'm not looking for artists. CG Cookie, did I open that? I'll just... Oh, okay, Philly. So, on the... here are the questions. Okay. Necessary only. Okay, let's see, let's say I do this like that. So in the community here, what is the, what would we see here? All courses, live stream, downloads, posts, okay, playlist, live streams, downloads, sign up, login. Course, signing up, courses, full library, browse, guided playlists, live streams, articles, Upgrade membership, explore library. What's in the library? CG cookie. Fundamentals. Let's see the fundamentals. Modeling, rigging, rendering, visual effects. Intermediate levels, okay. Physics. So let's say, okay, this is the thing. I'm a beginner and I'm looking for, I don't know, get a grasp. Not just core fundamentals of rigging in Blender, but let's say, what's rigging? Why would I need that? What would be material shading? Okay, I've said that last stream for the Godot or any other topic. How do I know which one to choose? If I take fundamentals, I get taken through the click this is that, in that manner. I'm not sure, do I want that done that way? Materials modeling. Okay, I'll cool down the track. So what else do I have? This was the Stack Exchange. That was Blender Institute. Well, actually, I just wanted to jump into their here training section. Yeah, I think here was the free projects, film projects training. Here's the available intermediate training. I'm just looking for the course. Production lesson workshop. Beginner. So these are paid courses, and I was looking just to see this one. This is the first steps, and they're all videos. So introduction, user interface, viewport navigation, select, transform, add, delete, collections. So for the collection, it's a video, 7 minutes. But I could also read this, the same thing I can read in the... well, actually, this is the idea what I want to do. Now I want to compare, kind of keep in sync this progression in this beginner section of the... and read to the manual. Why I wouldn't read to the manual all about this, but in this order. So I take this order and go through the manual, because if this is all gonna be a video, sculpting has more sections. Intro to sculpting. There is even a sculpting tool available right here. Navigating. View two ports on navigating. Where is this? Navigating the UV editor to the cursor overlays. Sidebar. This is very factory default. Factory default user interface explanations. So this is the editor snapping. So what's the compositor? Give me the introduction. The compositor lets you manage nodes for compositing. How's this snapping? How come that the previous was snapping? In what section is snapping? That's the last of the UV editor. So okay, into the compositor. And there's a section here explaining compositing. So introduction, getting started. I'm hoping that this could be more interactive. I'll see if I can reuse this in any way, shape or form, this video, this part of the stream, because it's also good to not just be grabbed and money taken out of your hand, or your time wasted, or my time wasted watching videos. There is a formal, not education, the way to learn, but I need to understand two things. I don't need to know every button right away from the start before I do anything. I'm looking actually in the manual for some the concepts. And everything here so far in the manual is completely broken down into detailed segments, and I'm still not getting the idea of the conceptualization, how to conceptualize this. So compositing nodes allow you to assemble and enhance an image. Using composition nodes, you can glue two pieces of footage together and colorize the whole sequence. I can enhance the colors of a single image or entire movie clip in a static manner or in a dynamic manner. Composition. Okay, access the compositor and activate nodes for compositing by clicking Use Nodes checkbox. So if I would switch, let's say this is the project, and the compositor here doesn't reveal anything. Use nodes checkbox in the header after. Okay, so this is here written a tutorial. Let's say access the compositor by clicking use nodes checkbox in the header. Okay, use nodes. And what am I seeing here? Color correction. Okay, use nodes. Scene. Layer. You have your first node setup. From here you can add and connect many types of compositing nodes in a sort of a map layout. Examples. Oh, here are the examples. Image size, backdrop, channel, RGB, a scene, view layer, scene. I guess that I need to define a scene, and there is a rendered path is not supported in the viewport compositor. Composite, collection, a scene, new scene, add a new empty scene with default settings. So I say, what if I say something here like my day 6? Okay, it also appears, so that was a generic name. There is one scene. So there is a scene, my day 6. Do I now, for example, add, let's say from the 3D viewport, this is a selection for that scene, view layer, scenes, scene collection, objects, a collection, view layers, Blender file library, so if I want to add to a scene, this is all in the scene, objects, scene collection, or it's a collection of scenes. View layer, use layer, view layer for editing, world, scene collection, a camera, a view layer, well, I'm now guessing that the compositing is done on different media types. Could I... Okay, so I'm now speeding up. Intentionally going faster. Well, if this is fast, this is not fast, but I'm actually now working my way through this to find what are the contents, explore the details of the manual, to, let's say, skip a little bit of skip the parts of the that cannot be practically used for the sake of presentation in the stream. I'm not a pro presenter, that's not the point here. So that's the compositor, texture nodes, geometry nodes editor, graph editor, driver editor, non-linear animation, spreadsheet. So after the compositor goes the texture node. Okay, switching to back to the official, into the more formal now part. Like this. That means I'm hitting a stream marker. because this will be in the resulting video. And I meant to say that I'm looking for usable practical parts of the manual, of the official manual in Blender. So I can replicate, do some replication for the given instructions in manual, how to work with it. I'm not grasping still the concept, and I'm looking for the hints here. Texture nodes. No, didn't mean to click that. Using texture nodes introduction. The texture node editor allows creating custom textures by combining colors, procedural patterns. So that's another editor, which are the texture nodes. Video sequencer. So what editors there are? Texture node. Okay. It's blanky now. Add a node. Select view. So if I add a node, there are input nodes, output nodes. Can I add one? Coordinates. Node. Move, rotate, resize. Now my guess is that there should be a texture, somewhere texture, one existing texture in the project. And that's why I will actually, this is a step up from the built-in textures where you can select a type from a list and not much more. Let's see if I click this built-in textures. Where is this? Let me see that in the manual. Oh, that's in the rendering. That's in the rendering section. And this is just section editors. Okay. Oh, now this makes more sense. Scenes, objects, modeling. So that was the editors part. That's like almost like user interface. Explanations for user interface. And where will be texturing, for example? Objects. Introduction. Okay, tools. Scenes and objects. Introduction to scenes. What are they? Scenes are a way to organize your work. Each Blender file can contain multiple scenes which share other data such as objects and materials. Scene management and library appending linking are based on Blender's library and data system. It's a good idea to read that manual page first if you're not familiar with the basics of that system. And that's the scenes organization. Objects. Introduction. The geometry of each scene constructed from one or more objects. Okay, that would be objects. Origin, selecting properties, tools, collections. Introduction. Modeling. So was it rendering in the texture? Rendering output, materials, lights, camera. physics, animation rigging, greased pencil, introduction. Greased pencil is a Blender object. It accepts the drawing information from a mouse or pressure-sensitive stylus and places it in 3D space as a collection of points. Strokes. There, the artist can add green pencil to an existing Blender scene or start with a 2D animation template. Templates offer some pre-configured options. From object mode, add greased pencil blank, create a new frame. Okay. Stretch, switch to draw mode. Okay, that's the specific tool. Now let's say, okay, there is a new 2D animation and I would get that greased pencil thing. I see it here quite a lot of times. Often. Physics. Compositing, introduction. Oh, that was the previous section. More, I want more. Video editing, assets, file data system, add-ons. Add-ons. This is work in progress. Add-on category list. 3D view. VR scene inspection. I'll skip it completely. Animation. These add-ons are relate to helper tools for the animation process and animation. Copy global transform. Okay, so these are the add-ons sections. Configuring the help system. Getting started. What does the help system says? Oh, the user interface. Help system, context sensitive menu. Release notes, tutorials. What does it have? Community. So very, very, very reliable. I would say even obscure. So what I'm now looking actually, because it's I don't want to go into the video tutorials, but I'll at least want to try use and sync core animation, rigging, texturing. And what is this? Is this our video? Yeah, that's the video art. What I'll learn, introduction, basic of textures in this chapter. And that's the video. Well, I don't want video. Hey. Okay, so I was looking actually, is it possible to watch by the topic and check in the manual? And check from the manual to see the explanation in manual. Managing texture data, understanding UV editor, basic UV projection. And that's the challenge. So what's next? This is the stack. And here is the sculpting intro. So here I'm looking at the contents of the, for example, fundamentals. These are the tools. Shading. What's in the shading? Shading editor. And for texturing, intro to texturing, UV unwrapping. So that's now here in the bottom, 3 minutes. I'm actually amazed that there is nowhere a text version of these simple steps like what's here in the video, 3 minutes. I'm not sure why my capture is not capturing the audio. And I can replicate this. Okay, let me do this. Are you kidding me? So, is this true? No other way than watching videos? What else resources do I have? What other resources? Core. And if I check the official documentation, modeling, sculpting and painting, grease pencil, animation rigging, compositing. What's in the advanced? Using Blender from command line, creating script application templates. I remember that from few days ago. So it seems that here are might be these texturing goes under the rendering section. Camera slides materials, freestyle. Okay, that's the type of renderer. Render output materials. Alignment. Introduction. Okay, materials define the appearance of meshes. And other objects, they define the substance that object is made of, its color, texture, and texture, and how light interacts with it. Physically based materials can be created using principled BSDF, principled hair, and principled volume shaders. Okay, so for example, for me in the viewport where my object lies, this thing, I know that the materials here, texture, no result, new, image. So can I have the image that is, for example, okay, this one? Can I use somehow this one? We use a renderer, image, display number of users, okay, settings, preview, it's the magic, wood, image or movie, okay, that's the texture, brush, brush texture, brush mask, brush texture. Okay, that's the texture. Material, new, are there any predefined? Copy, paste, remove, where would I find materials? Line art, viewport, display, line art, material number 1. Material mask, level, okay, viewport, display, color, roughness, custom properties, what is this? Show filtering options, material 1. Okay, data, vector group, shape keys, attributes, texture space, a mesh, then we have constraints, physics, particles, modifiers, object, transform relations to, okay, that's spatial, let's say, relations, collections, motion paths, the visibility, viewport display, okay, select which viewport, shadow, names, axis, display as texture, bounds box, line art, usage, inherit, what else? Collection, the world, the scene, a view layer, a texture, mapping. Okay, setting up materials. This is getting interesting now. They can be created either in material properties or in shader editor. These provide a different view of the same shader nodes and material settings. The default shading workspace has a shader editor and a 3D viewport that can be set to material preview or rendered shading. To interactively preview the material, how the material interacts with all objects and lights in the scene. Components, surface shader, displacement, what was this? Introduction to, if this is not materials, then what it is? Materials previous. Legacy textures, introduction. And why does this show that the previous is materials? Oh, that's the root, the title, materials. Setting up. So do I need here a texture paint? What is this? Mask, annotate, fill, clone, smear, soften, draw. If I select a draw, texture, mix, darken, multiply, mix, a texture, a brush, texture, mapping. Do I have a new texture one? How many of them there? Okay, I'll select the first one. Why don't I have a preview? As I did over there. So no, give me this one, a type. Yeah, there's no preview. What if I say fill? A brush of a texture. Options. And sidebar. Or by loading. Okay, so texture paint mode. Introduction, getting started. UV texture is a picture, image, sequence or a movie that is used to color the surface of a mesh. The UV texture is mapped to the mesh through one or more UV maps. There are 3 ways to establish the image used by the UV texture. Use an image editor program to create an image. In the image editor, select the UV texture and load the image. Blender will then use that texture's UV map to transfer the colors to the faces of the mesh. Okay, so if I, for example, switch to the image editor, select the UV texture and load the image. Select the, I got this and some, yeah, this one, like it is. Okay, so I have this and the UV map. Select UV map. A view, paint, mask, view, image, generate grease pencil, display channels, new layer, image C, world, collection, object, getting more familiar with in detail with the bits and parts that are available. This is the texture, image, colors, alpha, settings. Do I disable alpha? No. What's in alpha? Calculate image settings. Was it that this is a RGB space filmic display? I'll leave it like it is. Alpha straight, none. Oh, maybe this might help if it's not showing. But a view, tool, UV map. Select UV map. Unpack item. Create an image. select the UV texture and load the image. Okay, Blender will use that texture's UV map to transfer the colors to face of the mesh. Paint a flat image in the image editor onto the currently selected UV texture using UV map to transfer the colors to the faces of the mesh. Paint the mesh in the 3D viewport and let Blender use the currently selected UV map to update the UV textures as discussed below. Blender features a built-in paint mode called Texture Paint. UV editing, is this the fact? And on this object why is my zoom locked? I don't want to zoom. Different zoom level. I'm looking to get to UV select image. Okay, don't open the select renderer image. Open use the one from before. UV, transform, mirror, snap, merge, pin, mark scene. Let's say this is the one I want to use. But not on faces, but on the whole thing. Edit mode. No, I want to go in texture paint, so view info Blender log. Okay, this sounds reasonable. Missing texture. Well, why don't you use it? See, alpha. We don't want alpha. Colors. Let's see more. Tell me more. For example, if I jump into this bit, shader editor, there is this thing, then image editor, and I would have another thing like a no. But a different editor like shader editor, and let's say open save data import waveform, something like this. Object view, select view, add input texture, just one brick texture, image texture. Okay, there's the image texture as a node. And can I just use the one that exists? Okay. And I see it here. Texture paint object mode. Can I close this? Shift 10, view, area, close area, okay. That area is closed, and about this area, viewport. Can I select this area to go not split, but go down? Can I move this area down? Because I just want to have a I'm not sure why is my zoom kind of locked. Object mode, view mode, viewer node, play animation. Options. X, Y, Z, Z, Y, Y, Z, X, freestyle. Where is everybody? Okay, so rotate view, cancel X, set 3D, select toggle, pan view, okay, pan view, zoom view, dolly view, zoom node, view, rotation tool, view, Viewer, 3D cursor, not interested. Lock the 3D cursor. Doesn't need to be. But what I want to get my defaults, I think on the you control the zoom here. Zoom view, cancel. Shift, cancel. Zoom, shift, dolly. Select toggle last, select dolly. View, zoom out. No, this view, pardon. Navigation, on left row, fly navigation, walk, dolly view, viewer node. Frames, viewpoint navigation, play region, local view. Okay, this is the orthographic, but I don't want that, I want the perspective. And now all over a sudden, can't go closer. How come? And it's zooming is stop. What's going on? Why would zoom stop? Don't zoom stop. Zoom closer. Zoom. Cyber to adjust frame view node, viewer node. No, perspective or the local view. Non-local view. Pan, select, zoom. A view, sidebar, tool settings, asset shelf, frame selected, local view, viewer node. Well, let me see the next thing. I got the kind of a texture on this, but I'll undo this brush. UV editing, oh, sculpting, can I? Oh, thank you, but I don't need sculpting, I need the layout. And just give me the, just bring me back to 3D viewport. Here we are, thank you. Can I see now the texture? Yes, I was in the preset. Here, the layout, the workspace actually for UV or texture paint has a different preset for zoom tools and some other tools. And can I change now to local view maybe for the object? Right mouse button, no, I don't need that. I want the object mode. And for this object, set local mode. Yes, so I go around the object only. And then I would position it better. So let's say we are doing the texture. And next thing what I want to understand, where does it say what mode was that in, for example, texture paint, but hey, can we get to that object, for example? Can I get to my objective? Why can't I get closer? I guess it's zoomed on a face. Huh? What's this? Brushes, brush, texture, brush, F texture, image paint tool. Let's say, see if I can get the colors like. Okay, so at least that's kind of, so it's just facing on a face. And if we go back to this, but texture paint, here is the painted fill. Okay, fill is full color. No. And there's a cube 2. Is this the cube 2? Can I select it? Where is the cube 1? Cube, sphere, torus, light, cube. Material 1, cube 1, no material, so material 1. If I double click it, I can in collections arrange it. What's this material? Material 1, cube 2, okay. Line art, material mask. In texture paint, okay, object mode. Taking a short break, another hour in. Now this is getting interesting. So I'll try to compile from the manual, compile the workflow concept for this, see if I can at least get the idea from the titles from video courses, not just do a hacky way like for this example. Oh, I thought I here recognized in the parts of the video, okay, this is the texture editor, then this is a shader editor. But okay, I've skipped texture intro to this is texture, but okay, see, we see here actually first steps, modeling, texturing, shading. So there goes modeling, and then shading comes into place. So I guess shading is the step before the texture. And I'm here in the texture, I guess. What is this? Texture section, texturing. But no, this is sculpting and painting, introduction, brush, navigation, sculpting, texture paint, modeling, primitives, properties, mesh analysis, retopology, modes, curves, surfaces, text volume, empties, modifiers, geometry nodes, transform. I'll figure something out. I'll figure it out. We got the disconnection break, huh? Looks like. Live on YouTube. Yeah. Okay. We'll see, we'll see. Going to the intermission, hitting the break. This is not what I was hoping for. I was looking forward to maybe having this as a some not simpler but more straightforward in a find it in a written form, I would really appreciate it if that would be the case. For Blender, but all is video, and the manual is kind of like some strict formal strict formally like technical details about the application, doesn't lay down the concept. I guess the concept, somebody is holding the recipe. The recipe is locked into videos. I want to avoid that. $731 and here just checked how much what are the settings for my side chain ducking for mic to the music. Hello, is it me you're looking for? I'm on to figuring it out. No promises, but every effort counts. Not will go to waste. Changing the tracks here. Changing the track to back to full screen. Hope that helps everybody, all of us. I think I'm onto something. I'm looking at modeling section, mesh structure. So mesh is introduction, tools, primitive selecting, editing. The properties, there is much more to it. Object data, UV maps, properties. So for this given object in the object mode, it's got its properties. World scene, view layer, object. That's the tool. Where is the object properties? Render, output. Data, is this data for the given object? Yeah, this is the cube. Okay. UV maps. Oh, taking a snap from the UV map. Okay. Texture mesh. Outer texture space. geometry data attributes. Object properties. So object data properties. The mesh data block menu can be used to link the data between objects, create UV maps. Creating a new color attribute. Space. Okay, so remesh geometry data properties and I'm looking at into properties on the mesh primitives tool, selecting geometry data, UVs, mesh analysis, curves, the text. Hey, this is good. Text objects can contain some text in the same object type family as curves and surfaces ones. Font system to manage mapping letter codes to geometry, representing them in 3D viewport. And where would I find, for example, text, object mode, texture plate? Is there a special view for that? Okay, there's a text editor. So if I say oh, I need a new one. New page. Syntax highlighting, word wrap. Line numbers, new. Okay, I got new. So Day6 learning Blender. Let's see. Can be this reused somehow. This is a script. No, that's not a script. So templates, Python format, view text, new open save, select. But this is not the thing I was hoping to get, but I'll copy it. Text in edit mode. And this is in the modeling. Okay, editors. 3D viewport, UV texture, texture nodes, geometry, geometry node, shader editor, compositor. The text editor is specific for the text. Like usually we find in text editors, but let's say I try to just paste here. Okay, there's no object to paste here. What objects exist here? I'm not adding anything. Scaling, annotate, object mode, edit mode, add. Okay, so I can add a text. And add text. Can I paste it? Okay, it's pasted here, so here's my text. It's selected, come on. It is selected. Here's the text, go to it. Oh, it's a blank thing. It's not the text I selected, so text, this thing. Where is the content? Text box. I don't need a box. Can I have the, what's the content in it? Font A. It's just a name. What? A text. Eddy, where how do I put the content in? Full texture, space, geometry, font, paragraph alignment, text box, overflow, a custom property, no. How do I edit it? And where would I see it? Edit mode, okay. I need to go in edit mode for the text. So that's the edit mode of a text, while object mode it's oh, now it turned into text. I'm in local mode. Where is everybody else? Object mode. My view is set now to the toggle local. Okay, so I'm now not just in a local view. So if I want to, where is the gizmo? Show me the gizmo. Grab it, rotating it, cool, thank you. Can I have it in the scene? Frame, first frame. Where's our camera for the first frame? Okay. And supports all combinations. Can I grab the internal, this little thing here? Bring it in the scene, in the view. Go there. Not, you don't need to go high, just like that. Check the camera. Cool, okay. So camera locked. Cool, I like it. Camera locked. And maybe turn it a little bit. Select text. Blue line. Like this, bring it out of there like this. Okay, starting to make sense. But for the text, I want to not to be like this, center, top base, like this, more like this. And above the world. Not to have it just going through the floor. Above the ground, well, at least something. previously I did go in detail through the, for example, for the viewport 3D viewport editor, and I ignored actually the fact that there is I'm in the text tool. So if I click deselect everything, I have here options, objects, add object, operations for objects, and adding in the object mode, edit mode. It seems that the text is selected, but I don't want that. I want back to the object mode and deselect. Why would I be in the select none? But there is a orange point showing that like a focus is on the text, and for the object mode going to edit, it takes me like it's locked on the object, switching to the edit mode. But if I select a sphere and go into edit mode, I've got different options. I can understand that. And can I actually give it the same texture, for example, like this one, fill mask or what? Clone, smear, soften, draw. Can I just fill? Okay, I'll try and fill. I got selected texture. If I press N and maybe fill cursor, paint, a brush, tool. It's not a text draw, it's a brush settings. So fill, mask, smear, soften, fill. But how about item texture, new, not new, take the existing one, I have a texture here which is a texture, right? It's a brush. Yep. So I need to brush with it, draw. And why can't I apply it, for example, this time? Brush, draw. A new brush symmetry, quote options. Is it because it doesn't the UV? Does it allow for freestyling, like slapping around textures with a tool, or I need to texture, mask, stroke, a texture, not new, take the existing one, mapping, random, like that perhaps, show texture in texture tab, not the F text draw, not that. It's you silly. wire, okay, and this, fill the brush settings, mix, strength, color picker, texture, mask. I'm not going to apply a mask. Blend, mix, okay. Stroke don't affect alpha. Brush strength, radius, mix, blend mode, color. Was it the color? If it's white, no. I'm on a sphere. Can I put a, for example, texture to it? Select image or movie, that's the one. Why don't you have it? Take it. Take it. Doesn't want to take it. Don't take new, take one. Oh, it takes it as a material in a property, let's say. Looking nasty. Object mode. Go. T. Give me a T. T, what is the shortcut here? Shift space bar. Transform. So shift space bar. Bring it up, higher, go higher. Like this, and for example, turn around. Like that. Turn around like this and move your body. No, not scaling. I'm not doing the scaling. Move it here, but I'll just do it like this. Shader in the editor, texture painting. Okay, so doing something here. Is that enough? I don't know. A very anarchistic approach to learning something. Editors, image editor, compositor, animation. So I'll close this. Cookie, basic texture, introduction, welcome, basic, textures basic, file question, image textures and mapping, managing texture data. Modeling, shading, intro to shading. And I need to run it. Can't go around it. Okay, shading workspace. So shading workspace might even reveal. Now okay, I've got the I've got already I can see the bits applied here. Like if I select a object, sphere. So I'm in a sphere, okay. Select box, can I select something else? No, it's a sphere, okay, shading for a sphere. Is there a list of objects perhaps? Oh, here we have a material with the applied texture. Texture paint, object mode. Cool, now I can change between all these. Can I move the cube, little cubey? And say, what was the move? Okay, grab it, just move it away. Now I'm in that, change topic to edit. What do I need to edit? I need this and then transform tool, no view. So for this thing in the material texture, that's the texture and material. Okay, so new material. I just use the existing one. And where do I get, for example, base color? Okay. I usually take for the text surface all, target all. Okay, target all renderers, metallic, roughness, subsurface, sheen, thin, base, material, and can I get the color please now? If I deselect this, I don't see the color. Object mode, edit mode, object. Might you please apply me the color? Material output all. Okay, surface volume displacement, roughness, coat, emission, sheen, coat, normal, alpha, roughness, that's for that thing. What would be the next thing? Object. Say text, that's I know so far also. Thank you. Slot, okay, material. Modifier, physics, constraints, data. Does the text contain some generic properties, settings like color and those things, or it's going through the material? No? View for display. Oh, view for display. What? And it's blue. Color is this is blue, and I select no blue. Edit mode. So what would I get to display? Viewport display, color metallic. Well, give us that thing, huh? It's BSTF to surface display note. Why not metallic? More or less metallic. Control A. Or alpha. So is it getting then getting more becoming transparent? Are you kidding me? View paint. T tool fill, yeah. Brush fill. It will be this. Challenging. And I'm painting something else. Okay, I've painted other things that I didn't expect to paint. Well, this is the viewport shading. Well, this is the resulting. So if I change perhaps the renderer, this is workbench. What would the EV show? It's doing its thing. It's a bit slower. And I can see actually the coloring there, the colors applied. And I guess that the result is render, viewport EV, workbench, cycles. Device CPU, GPU compute, open shader. I don't see my GPU getting utilized. This it's the AMD. It's not. I don't have the NVIDIA for this. I was hoping to get some GPU acceleration here, but no, only NVIDIA. So I don't need. I'll use the workbench one. This is render lighting. Okay. Interesting. What's next? The shading. This is the section of intro to shading, shader. After modeling goes shading, and intro to shading goes through the I'll try a different source for listening. I'll check the audio levels, what's going on. And this is actually example why I don't see a practical to follow a video. Maybe if it would be set on looping. But no. Okay, I'll actually... I don't have the audio being captured here. I'll see if I can get... if I deactivate and reactivate audio capture. Okay. Properties. Use custom, use itself. I'm nodding my head because this annoys me a little bit that there is no few words saying you will do this, then that. Then like, if you're not a doctor, if you're not in the club, in the know, you need to watch videos. Don't give me that. I'm in the editor's user interface area, general viewport, animation. It seems like I didn't spend time reading. "3D viewport", this is the editor's. Image UV compositor, texture nodes, geometry nodes, animation, dope sheet, graph drivers, nonlinear, scripting, data, selecting viewport, selecting, this is the user interface, and I went through this. That was the previous section. Sculpting and painting. Texture painting. Getting started. Okay, so a UV texture is a picture. Use an image editing program to create an image. Okay. In the image editor, select the UV texture and edit. Add UV UV image editor. UV editing. So if I would be here, for example, do I need to be in the object? Can we get only have R here, little thing, this thing? Is there an image? Object mode, select. Global. It's a bit tight, I understand. They didn't expect I'll be using this small application window. This will be UV editing, texture paint. I've got these things here. UV editing, object, slot, layout, sculpting, and then UV editing. And here's the shader. So if I zoom out and go full screen, is there any editor hidden? Single image, color, this is part of this image texture, and this is 3D workspace grid node, UV editing material. Oh, here's this. Okay, this is what I was hoping to get to. Can you get me closer to this thingy? No, can't get closer. Zoom in. Zoom back in. What they think? What are they talking about here? In the image editor, select the UV texture and load the image. Blender will use the texture's UV map. UV editing, image maybe. So I here say, oh, give me the image editor, and where's the UV map? View, image. I'll go back to layout. Change this guy. Change to the image editor. And select UV map. Where is the UV map? Image, save, discard, view. Is this a UV map? Is the UV map the thing that I'm looking at? Eh? Say view. Is the map selected now? Tool, image. Is the map the grid actually? Huh? Is that the grid? To the face of the mesh. Paint a flat image. in the image editor onto the currently selected image by using map to transfer the colors to faces of the mesh. Paint the mesh in 3D viewport. And Blender use the currently selected to update as discussed below. Blender features a built-in paint mode, texture paint, which is designed specifically to help you edit your UV textures. So there is the texture paint. Okay, I guess I got now the image editor with the image. So Blender features texture paint and easily to either the image editor or the 3D viewport to help edit your UV textures and images quickly and easily. Since a UV texture is just a special purpose image, you can also use any external paint program like GIMP or Krita, since a mesh can have layers, layers of UV textures. There may be many images that color the mesh. However, each UV texture only has one image. Texture paints works in both a 3D viewport and the image editor. In the 3D viewport, in texture paint, you paint directly onto the mesh by projecting onto the UVs. Getting started, the object to be painted on must first be unwrapped. UVs can be added traditionally with standard unwrapping tools or by adding simple UVs in texture paint mode. Okay, so unwrapping tools, UV operators, 3D viewport, edit mode, header, UV. Blender offers several ways of mapping UVs. The simpler projection method use formulas that map a 3D space onto 2D space by interpolating the position of points toward the more advanced methods can be used with more complex models and have more specific uses. Unwrap. UV unwrap menu. Flattens the mesh surface by cutting along seams used for organic shapes. Begin by selecting all the faces. I'm in layout, but in the edit tool. So if I go into the edit mode of a 3D viewport, so if I'm in 3D viewport and editing, let's say this thing, and go into edit mode, I would go what UV unwrap. Unwrap UV flattens the mesh by along seam. Begin by selecting all the faces you want to unwrap. Begin by selecting all faces. So select all. How about that? From the UV editor with U unwrap. Okay. This method will unwrap all faces and reset previous row. The UV's menu will appear in the UV editor after unwrapping has been performed once. Unwrap editor. So, and what is this? Mode. This was select mode. And if I would go to UV editing, where is the sphere? Select all of this. Did I left something out? Can I select just all? Select all. Oh, look, they're all now selected. And so mesh vertex face UV. I'll do this. Just unwrap it. And that's this. Edit mode. Okay, I did. Oh, so here it is. Now here is this thing. Now it's shown for this given image view. What if I give this guy another image and say don't want that one? Can I delete it? But I've got this unwrapped and I want to open another one. Again from the, let's say from documents, this thing. Okay, so what? I undo the brush. Maybe just select fill, not color fill. Give it a draw. Okay, that's the unwrapped. Options, the adjust last operation method, correct aspect, smart UV, again light map pack. These are the options for the UV operations. Cube projection, like methods. I've selected the base. Sphere projection. Oh yeah, maybe I should have done that. Reset base data properties. Geometry data, shape keys, UV maps, color, texture, space. Okay, I went too far because I was going into these actually steps. So after unwrapping, texturing process. To use texture paint, you may do any of the following. Activate texture paint workspace. So in the 3D viewport, I don't need this guy. I might go to the normal layout, and in the texture paint, object mode texture paint. Yeah. Here the 3D viewport has a texture paint mode enabled, and the image editor is always switched to paint mode. So if I go into the texture paint, switch to paint mode, and now what? I would like to maybe disable for the object a sphere. Yeah, sphere, it has a paint fill layer. Are there layers? Are here layers? New layers? Layers. Show layers, display texture, show metadata image. Okay. Channels, color, green alpha. Okay. So with these two side by side like this, I should be able to map this texture to the, as it is already on the unwrapped UV to the projection of the mesh. Once I enable the texture painting, mouse becomes a brush. So would I just paint like this or go like this? Can I do more? Okay, more undos. That's nice. That's nice. How can I move or position this thing now? Mask, draw. Mix radius, is it just because of the images the way it is? Brushing, this is painting, and it's updated. So my brush is the image. From here and press N and go switch to tool. That's a brush. Blend mix, color palette, advanced texture, angle, offset, size. Undo. No. Redo. What's the edit? What is the redo? Control, Shift Control Z. That's the redo. So Shift Control Z. But I don't want to reset this. I want to reset the default and then select all these, and again undo, Ctrl Shift, redo, change this to default, call this and make a big brush. So would that help maybe if I would be painting? No, it's actually a small brush. And filling, Feeling what? Interesting. Where is the color fill? Okay, fill color. Can I undo this? And again. How can I manipulate? How do I manipulate the image to mesh? Fill threshold. This is the tool. Clone, smear, mask. No, don't do it. So for the texture, tiled, yes, can I have that? Tiled, yeah, go. But I'm actually brushing. So tiling. Sidebar here, okay, brush, active tool, mask, brush settings. But the texture, I'm interested about the texture. Offset, size, stroke, a fall off, tiling, X and Y, fall off, smooth, custom, no, give me sphere, fall off, stroke, dots, that is for the brush. Let's read more. Give it more read. So where am I in the manual for this section? I am in the sculpting and painting, modeling. How about just going through the brush? So the brush is the main way of interacting with any painting and sculpting mold. While click and drag in the 3D viewport, it will create a stroke and apply an effect depending on the various brush settings, brush control, set brush size, set brush strength, rotate brush texture, set brush weight. After pressing the hotkeys, you can either adjust the value interactively or by typing in numbers. Brushes, this is the sculpt mode. Brushes in sculpting. Brush settings. A radius. So this is in sculpting, and there's also advanced Texture and texture map. Brush. Brush settings, texture mask. This page covers both the texture and texture mask panel. Add a texture to the brush to control the color of the brush. A texture mask is used to control the strength of the brush, both the texture and texture mask of the same setting. In paint modes, the texture is used as a color source. Any image texture or procedural texture can be assigned in the texture and texture mask panels. A stroke, data block menu, scene units, follow. The follow allows you to control the strength follow of the brush. Follow is mapped from the center of the brush. Okay, curve presets. Cursor. While painting or sculpting, a special cursor is shown to display information about the active brush. The cursor is shown as a circle in the 3D viewport. The radius of a circle matches the size of the brush. The cursor can be disabled by toggling the checkbox panel header. Cursor color, opacity. If there is a complex mesh, it's sometimes not easy to paint onto the intended vertices. Suppose you only want to paint on small area. Keep rest untouched. This is where selection masking comes into play. The original mesh edges are shown even when modifiers are active. You can select and deselect faces instead without the need to switch to edit mode. Disable details about selecting. And this is weight paint. You can choose between face selection masking, left button, vertex and the bone. This is where selection masking comes into play. When this mode is enabled, a brush will only paint on the selected vertices of the faces. Face selection masking, hide and hide. Navigation. For painting, sculpting, workspace is recommended. Okay. Sculpting. Toolbar, tools, draw sharp. Multiplane scrape, elastic deform, boundary. Tool, introduction. What is the introduction to? Brushes. So if I go back to, let's say, switch to this sculpt mode for the sphere, can I actually, let's say, select the sphere? Can I get to the sphere? Let's say rotate around it And there are the tools. Okay, smooth, flatten. The brushes, mask, draw face sets, box, a pose, draw, so it's more like a freestyling. There is a point and a tool, sculpt, draw, enable modes, UV, sculpt, vertex, weight, sculpt tool, reset brush, smaller, view scene, strength, direction, normal radius, a texture, again a texture for the brush, I created a small one, but if I select, can I select back the other one? Where was it? No, don't do that. Delete them. Hey, that's not fair. Oh, I click on it. The 01. Dyntopo, symmetry workspace. I don't quite see that I'm doing anything with this brush. Can I get this bigger? And if I make it stronger, oh, now it's doing something. Okay. And there's a radius, scene, strength, even. Can I get it even stronger? 1. Hardness. Okay. In the layout, if I would have a look at the renderer and I change the renderer to Eevee, can we get the kind of a result? No, can't get the result. Rendering. Just give me the camera view. Don't need everything. Okay, move like this, zoom out, how come that this is with Eevee rendered this way? Viewport shading. Automatic precision renderer. Eevee. No, give me the workbench one, but options, cavity, valley, color options, backface culling. Don't do that. Simplifying what? Don't simplify. Or do simplify, okay. No outline. Give us the lighting specular. Screen both cavity, don't do cavity. And where are the stuffs, huh? Where are the stuffs that go into the scene? Output, the resolution, the this and that, out, stereo metadata, post-processing output. How do I get the how to get the to render? Why don't you render this, for example, huh? What if I would play this? Okay, let's go into camera. Interesting. I'll be right back. No, I'm not trying to make this intentionally hard or harder. I would just prefer more text-based tutorials. Let's see if there are some text-based tutorials. Well, as I mentioned in the beginning, I tried to make the live recording, but I don't know what episode would I create out of this. This wouldn't help anybody in this way. So how to make this smart? I could do another search on the internet, online, another search to see if any kind of other, no, any kind, another search run to see, hey, is there any, I don't know, from 10 years ago articles? Give me just those 3 simple steps process. Like, I don't know, Blender learn. And that are not videos. Can we skip the videos, huh? But generally what I expect to get in 2024 are videos. CG Cookie learning 200 plus courses, I mean 200 classes, say. How much for this? Enroll. I understand that Blender is complex if you want to make it complex, but there are easier steps. Just be some simple basic stuff. Doesn't need to be photorealistic. If I want photorealism, I'll go out. I don't need to watch the screen if I want realism. Udemy, CG Boost, Studio, mine some sort of zoom in the articles. So free. One delay, come on. YouTube. So $60 selling what? Unlisted videos on YouTube to watch. Don't be silly. So 5 steps, 5 tips. Not found, link doesn't work. Be very different from Blender crowd. There we go. There we go. Basic, again, video Come on. Oh, look, there's text. Hey, nice video. Motion video photo, so category production tutorial. Can I go back? Okay. So there's something. Okay, available as text version as well as video. Basic beginner. Fast CG. Fast track. Okay, I've seen this on the video. Oh, 25 videos. Yeah, pro in 25 minutes. That's all amazing. Motion graphics. There are some really simple and effective illustrations that it's possible to create with Blender. Doesn't need to all be this complex. I don't know if anybody for 3D has at least opened on Windows the Paint 3D. It should be also simple like that, or something efficient like we see, like seen so far for the Godot materials written. But even okay, so even complete Godot tutorials written, they take to complete 5 hours. How about not animation? Let's say textures, raw create tutorials, conclusion. So what was here given? The basics. And what does this guy in result give? What do we get? So if I play this, what will be the result? This a little bit sounds interesting. What was here given? What are the chapters? Color, bevel, edit mode, scale, rotation, adding, don't play, adding objects, rotation. We've gone through all this. color. I can do color, and then camera. Okay, camera. Camera, and he's over there. He's doing like you know what? Okay, look at this. I think I've been on the creative blog. Where was I? How did I jump here? Where is the creative blog link? Okay, what these guys, do you have text? Please tell me. Interface, nodes, modes, render engine, mathematics, modifiers, transparency, remapping, avoiding mesh problems, creating your view in Blender, strategies for navigating large scene, updates for setting, leverage the getting help, okay, using origin to geometry, mastering viewport, tips for maintaining. Can we get something simpler? Creating custom Blender add-ons, updated, deprecated Blender, organized troubleshooting, add-on issues. How about demystifying window, joining, opening window clip, troubleshoot clip regions. This is okay, this is written form, but one can find it in the manual. Tapping into grassroots knowledge, unlock Blender's navigation, context. Good find, I like it. I'll even bookmark it for myself, but definitely don't need these. And I'm looking for something really simple. Let's say as it is obvious, it can be quite complex. How let's say do something really simple, like a 3D text and with an image, and frame it like text in front of some background. More mechanics, render engines, modifiers, CV transparency, nodes, modeling. Like I say, I really don't need modeling. Here we got another one. This looks interesting. But I bet that they're... here, this looks real simple. And what we get? Video. Cool. Yeah, I'm animation, 3 core tutorials for 2024. There are very high expectations from Blender, and that's also a steep learning curve, but it can be real simple. Not from basic. Well, there is Udemy free course, so let's see. Oh, this is again basic. Enrollment program. B3D 101. Where was that? Not gonna take this. I can find it on the YouTube. Okay. Can you open me this? Yeah, please. Okay. Next, not modeling beginners. So this is all modeling. Render animation, fly camera, coloring, snowman, tree cubs, modeling. Is this... a video, but with a... Okay, this is the... these are... I like these. This is even better. Beginners. Rendering animation, rendering engines. Okay, Blender has two main render engines. It's a bit like game engine. Cycle is the render engine, a path tracer, and it's a bit more precise. And an introduction to 3D. Snowman. Okay. I'm seeing something here. Let's get to the basic here. Okay. Simple house. Don't need modeling. Nice color. How about maybe just slapping some texture on. What next? Is there a... No, there's no... Okay, okay, here is the list of sections. So this is interesting. And a snowman shading, this is interesting. Scaling, this is modeling. The 3D scene, deleting a scene. Okay, the 3D scene. Let me see this. This could be interesting. Okay, we know that. Deleting objects. Let's say I know that. Cone moving the light. Okay, so what's in the next? Tree of cubes. Viewport shading. Learn how to resize and scale objects to create a tree of cubes and learn how to use scale tool. Okay, that's cool. Now the thing is, I know already how to get to the get a result. So this is what I'll use. Here we go. Here we go. I will close the session soon and do a episode just out of the last segment. Switching to... This was 4 hours of, well, quite a bit, but I'm not happy. I'm not happy. There is much more to it, but it can be simpler. Especially with those bits where the, or let's say, up-to-date version for applying texture and painting is only videos, and here is the older version in text. So tutorial video version broken down in text, and let's switch to it. Let's get that with that. Let's get on with it. And for that reason we are here. And I say this thing. Almost a recapitulation, but actual short episode. Out of 4 hours looking around and doing some experimentation. So here it goes. I'll try and get this into this format. Will it work? Hope it does. So in this long stream, I can't make anything out of it useful for in a whole scope of the stream. But in the last section I actually got annoyed that mostly everything is video based tutorials, and I found at the end now I found actually a blog showing a tutorials video version and breakdown into text. And what is good is that on the side there is this. It shows a breakdown by the sections. It shows a breakdown of the articles, which is also a breakdown of the video. So it's very useful for me during these sessions. So day 6 I did some experimentation myself, and I tried to use the official documentation. The manual doesn't provide any kind of a walkthrough hand guiding courses. It's good to, I find it at the moment good to check for the specific use case, like tools for sculpting, and in detail, going in detail about tools for sculpting. It doesn't say, okay, you will do this. It's not like a tutorial. But maybe I'm reading it wrong. What is this section? Sculpting and painting. And there is a bit, one bit here, like for example, where I would expect, okay, I've got the sculpting. Can I go to texture painting? And then this gets a little bit tricky. I did manage to get the texture on my and get some text in 3D, but I don't understand at this point, like if I just go into object mode, and what will be my resulting render output. So I've got the, like a viewport shading, or let's say rendering. This is the workspace for rendering. I'm not seeing anything. Animation. Okay, here we got the camera view. Okay. But for example, I don't see my texture here applied. I got just the primitives with basic colors. So there are some steps that are not clear, that need to be taken into consideration. And if one looks at their free course fundamentals, they're all videos. That's not for me. Well, I could spend some time go through these, but I want to learn more interactively with text on the side, do the step. Same with the another side, but on this one, let me see if I can do this. Let's see if I can understand this thing here. And for that reason also open the 2.8, because that's the that is the case for this Blender, for this Blender version. That is this thing is for 2.8, which is good, nice. Give me my Blender version. Yeah, I want to use, because I want actually something simple. General, I'll hit here general. Maybe I'm doing wrong. Maybe it's better to use like a presets, workspaces, template files with setup for the workspace for a specific task. So this is interesting. Viewport shading in this snowman, and I'll right click on this. I would like to do this. And do we have here any texturing in any example? Modeling, Basic transform. Oh, here it is. I like this. Let me see this. Snowman's material and texture. To modify the color and appearance of a shape, you'll need to apply materials to the shape. With materials, you can control the color. Okay, cool. Texture is technique, so sometimes changing the color or shine is not enough. You want to add more details to the object, make it even more realistic. That's where textures come in. Texture is a technique to add color and detail to a mesh by wrapping the mesh with an image, like decal. The projection of 2D image, a texture map onto 3D mesh, is called the texture mapping. Texture mapping can be performed automatically using one of the predefined projections or manually, which uses UV layout to map the 2D image. This is what I was looking for. Let's say through these 4 hours, which will be just this part shorter, now 10 minutes. A texture not only changes the color but can alter other properties like transparency, and it can be used for other tools like modeling with a brush in 3D, modifying the underlying mesh. Okay, lights. With lights we can, okay, so what is this? This is section Introduction to 3D, and it's in the modeling. So if I jump here to the learning and I'll say thank you search engine very much, and see this is done in 3D modeling, materials and textures. So is there in this section anywhere adding a texture and the workflow for broke down in text, applying texturing, low poly well texturing? Huh? Would this be it? I know how to export low poly well. This is the only one. So next, there is even a next. Okay, that it goes, next one just goes straight into the first in the sequence. So these are all that they are. Low poly well. This is an older website. It doesn't properly or completely squeeze down to the smaller screen size. Okay, I got the brick, different types of bricks, I don't care. Basic brick, different type of the well, objects in collection, rope tiles. Okay, rope and basic texture. Okay. Model a rope. Cool. So there's I've got the first and default cube. Okay, HDRI to our background. An HDRI is a 360-degree image for lighting and background purposes. First we need to find, so in Blender go to shading. Okay, you can find shading in the top menu. So I go into shading, I go into top menu. Very nice. What next? In the viewport shading, are we still on? Yeah. Select material preview. So this is version 2.8. Material preview. Where do I find it? Animation, rendering, texture paint, global. A view, okay, view, sorry. Is it material preview? Can I see that? Will I make it? Will I make it? Material? Okay, material preview. Okay, I think I got it for this workspace. When you're in shading, you will find a ball with an image on it in the lower right corner. Okay, I see it. The ball represents the HDRI. This is a big image in the background that is shedding light on the well. This light is very realistic and shows how your object would look like with this type of light. You can also change the HDRI. In the viewport shading, click on the down icon. Okay. Viewport. Now I'm just trying to speed this up. Oh, here it is. Click. Okay. Okay, this is what where everything comes into play. And let's say I take this one. If I click on background, okay, I'm not gonna change it. When do we select image? In the node 3 lower part of it, select world as shader type, as we want to add the HDRI as a background image. Okay, so in the node 3 lower part, okay, select world as shader. This is a shader view, select world as shader. Where would I find it? Material. View. Now I'm trying, well, again. What I need here is, so select report shading, render view. You're in shading, no 3 lower part. Okay, did I skip something? Texturing the background basic light. When texturing, it's handy to start with fairly light gray colored HDRs. You're in shading. Yeah, I'm shading. Select viewport shading, render view. Okay, viewport. Viewport shading. Renderer viewport shading, renderer view. Is this the renderer view? And a world as shader type. So where is the? Is it in the world? No, don't give me the circle. Give me the expanded back. So it's like it's been said in the node below, since I'm in the world. Is that the fact? As we want the HDR, the shader type is drop down menu in the upper left corner. So the world shader type, world, thank you. Thank you. In the node tree, you'll see two connected nodes. So where are, okay, here is the world, two connected nodes. Background and world output. Add an environment texture, select add texture, environment texture, add texture, environment texture. Thank you. Yeah, let it sit here. Can I select all this and move them like that? So I can just focus on this one and put the node to the left of the background node. Put the node to the left of the background node. Okay. In the environment texture node, press open and select OK, open. And I don't need to do anything, I just want to go to documents and select this thing. What next? Connect the environment node to background node. And that's all. That's all what I needed. And I can go for it. I've got all. That's it. As we are only interested in the light and not the rest of the image, we can make it transparent. Go to renderer properties tab on the right and film check transparent. Well, okay, I'll behave. I will be compliant or humble and do like he says. He's been a great help so far. This doesn't need to be, this thing can be workbench. Come on, workbench doesn't show anything. Show me. Okay, I'll take the EV. Since this is 2.8, film, yeah, film, transparent. Filter size, okay, let's say, so we got the light taken from the image. In shading, select the wooden frame or a part of it. In shading, select the wooden frame. Okay, I'll select the cube intentionally. Select object as shader type. In shading, select the wooden frame part of it. There are two nodes in node 3, the principles BSD and coloring the wooden frame using the material node 3. So now I'm just speed running this material node 3. Do we have a material here? Texture, paint, composite and scripting. World, object. Do I switch to object then? Okay, I guess I can do this then. Material node 3, huh? For the given object. Select object as shader type. Object as a shader type. Select. Oh yeah, shader type, shader view, shader type, object. Okay, got you. Two nodes in the tree. Yeah. Principles BSDF and the material output. In principles BSDF node, you'll see a base color. Select the nice brownish color. Base color. Yeah. Nice brownish, reddish like this, something like orange, like this. You might want to increase the roughness a bit. Oh yeah, I want to increase the roughness a bit and also get this here. Roughness. I'll zoom into this. And maybe even change, switch out from the, go maybe here, so I can see 3 shades of it. Switch back to the, okay, like this, and so I can see as I change the roughness. Okay, here is the roughness, a little bit. If you want to give parts of the wooden frame a different color, you can select that part and change its color in the principles BSDF. You can also use material properties. Here you can find the same settings in the... Okay, in the material properties tab, select base color for your object. Material. Base color. This is material, base color. What you're gonna do, select base color. If you want to give another object the same material, you can select the material from material properties tab, or you can select the material from the top menu of the node 3. Where is the material in the node 3? Oh, material. But that's not the one. Where would be radius, material, node 3, node, material, no, add, texture, material, shader, world, line style. Okay, not gonna make it complicated. Oh, material. Oh, shit. Ah, you're funny. It's just saying it, explaining the different approach. Give yourself roof tiles. Give your roof tiles a color challenge lighting. Is this scene? Well, we'll use sunlight. In this scene, Attribute sun lights the scene. Position the light around the scene and have them point towards the scene. You can check this from top. Okay, so let's say I don't. The result of this walkthrough is something completely different. But they just used the light without actual background. So we are looking at some, I don't know, something hypothetical here. But I actually wanted exactly this. Give me this and take renderer, don't do transparent. I want this. Go to 3D viewport. Camera showing that. Let me lock the camera to view. Can I have that? So, but that I don't need to reposition it, let's say. And okay, go to layout, camera. Wait, and can I get this? Tool, no, object, item. This camera and view works differently for this version. I will need to use local camera. This camera, local, render region. Lock camera to view, okay, cool. And now I can say, give me the renderer. I want to see the cube in universe in the night skies. Like this, for example. And that's it. Render a result. Does it matter? Do I have the output set already? I doesn't need to be. I don't want the animation, the movie. I just want the PNG. Can I do this? This will be now the big resolution. Select everything. And where's the output? Oh yeah, this is the output. Dimensions, cool, big resolution. PNG, perfect, perfect, perfect. Go to here, renderer, render image, thank you. And this is the result now. Only thing is that for this example, well, this is a scene, rendered scene without the director. Okay. The screenwriter and director were not in the consideration, taken in consideration for this rendering. And can I say render result open? Give me, where is it? Oh, it's a browser of this guy. Well, where is the temp? Yeah, give the temp. I didn't get it rendered, so render it, please. I didn't issue command, render result. So this image is not high resolution. And let me see if I can select anything in the renderer here. For example, leave the mesh, the floor mesh showing, and I should better frame the background image, but this is world image. I could have just set one flat area for the background, doesn't need to wrap around the world for a scene. And so what did I learn? Shading, object, world. I might just set the object in the scene with this image so it's lower resolution than this, like we see in the render preview. And render image. And yes, please, render image. Image, do it. Yeah, where do I hit render? Render result. Image, open, calculate, save as, save, invert, save. Isn't the output set to be A? Haven't we set the output in the right place? So output over here. Haven't we taken this into consideration already, huh? Cache result, don't do that. Meta post-processing, none. Stereoscopy, doesn't matter. It's one frame, hey, just give me one frame. Step 1, 24, that's for animation. But the output is actually this thing. And okay, so I hit render image. F12, do it. Render result, eh? Not new. Okay, save, please, open cache, save. But put it where the output is set, okay? Can we go, okay, marble, okay, here it is. It's a Day6 blend rend. Thank you. Should this be it? And if so that output didn't work for this, or I'm just speeding through this. Here's the image, let's see it. That's the full screen, 100%. This is for now what I wanted. If I would put the high resolution image, it would look better. This is the version that there is available for this. You can fake the scene in whatever way you want, and that's all. Thanks. This is the recapitulation and the whole actually video for this segment. Using the flat image, but the main fact, the main takeaway through all this is actually that I found the text version for the tutorials in the text version. There are no super advanced things here, but at least it's useful for if I look at the beginning, I can see the breakdown and say, oh, I want to learn this, and read through the text. What was that? If I jump to basic light, for example, it's the same basic lighting, and that was it. So previous, go back, where does it take me? Previous to the previous thing. Thank you all for stopping by. Outro. Day6 Blender. That was that. I just wanted to get the basic stuff in, like this scene and the environment, and it's and I've got the breakdown text version for the tutorials. Put the link in. I don't want manual is too elaborate for to learn from this approach, like interactively work with the scene. Now I can go into the manual and say, oh, now I want to do this, and let's say I know from a way back into the stream, I know how to put text. Now I can start being playful. But still, here's the important bit. The nodes need to be taken into account. How to incorporate using nodes into the workflow. Shading. Okay, so I guess there is the workflow, like layout, object mode. This is the rendering preview. If I just take shading, we don't see anything. And working. And next time I'll actually go into probably this tutorial and see in its where is texturing, rope and basic texturing, for example. How to slap on the texturing, the rope. Texture background, basic light. Is there a texture? Well, anyway, I'll check that next time. For this part, this is it. So I at least found the breakdown of the basic steps. Let me see. Let's have another moment. Double check. The Blender with all its tools has many specific allows for working on the specific tasks. And that's why today it's so challenging to get into it. There are hundreds of lessons to learn in it for specific tasks. From animation to specializing to material shading and so on. But for an amateur, I want to get I want to create a hole that I can get into it and slowly dive deeper in layer to layer, from layer to layer. So next time what I want to see is where was this? This was the modeling, render, fly, this was cameras and so on. Viewport shading. Okay, I'll go through for example viewport shading and how to set how to get to the rendering result, but not just guessing. By not just guessing, include elements that will go into it. I would be happier if I would find text versions for this for version 4, but hey, I can see version here. Only version 2.8. Okay. What else? Color the landscape, mountains. This will be interesting. Go through all this. But here I'll be playful. I'll just follow the instructions and do my own things. Doesn't need to be exactly what he's explaining. He's giving us here. the well, I can put whatever. But just apply, because these are all methods, actually. These are all the concepts for a specific process to get into the render result. And it's not super too much. It's not overwhelming, like, oh, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things, 8, 9, 10 for a given set. This is beginners. That's exercising the user interface using the editor, and then modeling, which is, let's say, more advanced, because modeling is a coordination for texturing, shading, and customizing the primitive shapes, primitive meshes, like this, like that. So okay, this was a unexpected result during a long, grindy, tedious period. And now I can actually have better concept result actually on the website. Like for Godot, now I can start building more elaborate section for Blender day by day, because I was missing the whole time this bit, the text breakdown, written breakdown tutorials, all video. I understand why, but hey people, can anybody just take a break and write down and make it happen? I'm supposed to do this. I'm supposed to do this. I will, like I say, well, at the end, it will be a long episode recap and show for this. Check the website for updates after this. Reference, keep the reference Day6. But it's actually Day6 like a milestone. A milestone achievement. I'm getting comfortable, but at least I'm not just reading tediously the manual, which is not boring, but too technical, with great technical precision. Manual is, and like I constantly repeat, all other stuff is videos. Stop it with that. There are parts of manual that go through like a procedure, do this to do that, like this texturing, and I did manage to figure it out. But in the end, in the renderer, I didn't see what I didn't see the result. So I'm hoping that at least going through the tutorial for version 2 that I've shown, we'll get something. And I'll keep updates with a reference to Day6 from the video on the YouTube and wherever the video is published on other platforms to the website, where I'll do the post update for around this section, around the segment, like a Day6. That's how as I always say, that's how I segment. I'll keep the structure of this learning or let's learn along course. Yeah, going to outro. Thanks all for stopping. Mali Eddy, your host, who loves you the most, even you, signing out.